Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Ugly Art Stream, where everything is at the ugliest stage possible. Not by design, just coincidentally. So this hair strand, oh hey, let's get you guys over here so you can see, huh? This hair strand broke off. In the history of the piece, it's probably broken off 1,000 times. Just recently, as I've been trying to mold it, it's broken off twice. So I just completely resculpted it last night, and it's still not quite super strong. This time I embedded wire in both sides. Although it's not very strong wire. Man, I would really love to get this thing in rubber today. But for that to happen, I've got to get this hairpiece solid and done. So I'm going to see if I can get away with steel sticking it. This is not a sculpting medium. Do not try this at home. But since I got the basics of it in, I'm hoping if I roll just very thin snakes of this, I can get it on and deal with little issues like that, and maybe strengthen up the back a little bit by adding a strand there. We'll see. I feel like I should have cleaned up my desk before I started this. But I got caught up in my game of Below this morning. I got to a brand new area. I found a boss, which I didn't know would be in that game. Got killed almost immediately. Oy, this stuff. I don't think this is gonna work. Looks like it's... yeah, this is not in a state to be sculpted. This will probably still work for an armature if I need a giant blob of something, but it is too crumbly right now. But never fear, I think I have 100 other ones. So I've got this, but I'd rather not use blue. It really shouldn't matter rationally, but it matters to me irrationally. I could use this, but it has a 20-minute cure time, and I want something faster. There we go, okay. Double check that it is 5 minutes. $18 to 24 minutes. Well, blah. Okay, fine. Go back to our, let's see if I'm remembering this correctly. Oh. 20 minutes. Okay. This one wins. Hey Sigrid. Hi Letha. Oh man, Streamlabs is being extra mean to me this morning. It put both of your names in dark purple on my black background. How lewd. I'm gonna guess you're making grilled cheese for lunch, Aletha. Sigrid, kiss your husband good night for me. Hey Kenzo. More French toast. Oh my gosh, Aletha. I'm no expert, but I feel like the all French toast diet is not a good idea. So the problem with this stuff is when you pull it out into strands, you get little lumps. I don't know if I will be able to overcome that. Might be able to with my little spatula tool once it's on there. Let's find out. Sure wish I had some super glue. And everything's dark purple today. My Dexios. How's it going? You want to know what French toast is? It's referred to as eggy toast in England. I don't know about the rest of the world. For some reason, America likes to call non-French things French, like French fries and French toast. Is there anything else we call French that isn't? Pain Pardue in France. Purdue. Aletha, if you want to make your French toast extra Frenchy and fancy, just call it pain pardue. You really need the water on your tool when you're working with epoxy, two-part plumber's epoxy. But it also makes it so when you're doing these little strands, it gets between the strand and the piece you're adding, and then it wants to slip off. Oh man, got that little gap in there. That's just asking for trouble. I don't know how I missed that before. Wonder how many more of those little things I've missed are gonna wreck my mold. In fact, I'm gonna hit the old record button. I'm gonna try to hit the old record button. Okay. I'm gonna point out this little gap. This is where rubber will stick. So I can put this in my tutorial video. Sorry to shake you around like that, guys. Man, this would work so much better if I could have put a drop of super glue on there first. I guess now that I think about it, it's probably better that this was a 20-minute set time rather than 5. I know I'm the only person, the only artist in the world who has the problem of thinking a process will take much shorter than it actually takes.
just need a little bit. I just need a little bit, yeah. Oh, 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 oh. I can't take the world to stand and I can't close my eyes and think it. I don't want to jump, I won't slip. I'm taking the cap off and I'll take another step.
Trish might have a baby today. I hope that's not her excuse for not watching a live stream. Let's sit for a minute or two. Trying to think of something good I could do with this extra bit. I think I've just strengthened the inside of here. So, what I would love to do right now having a baby is definitely not an excuse for not watching my live stream. Even making a baby is not an excuse. Okay, so here I would love to start the process of getting the clay along all the seams. Why is that shiny? That worries me. Why are you shiny? Can I touch you with wet hands? Huh. Looks like it's water. I must have touched with wet fingers. Yeah, that would make sense. So I'm working over here and then I grab this part while I was sculpting. Okay. So I want to make sure that all the water is gone before the mold rubber goes in, because that will wreck it. Okay, so what was I saying? I was saying that I would love to start doing the layup, but I feel almost certain that in doing so, I would be working down here and then grab up here on accident and wreck it before it's set. So I shall refrain from doing that. No, this cannot be water from me touching it. I would not have. Well, it is worrisome. Could it be condensation from the clay? Shouldn't it be, because the clay is oil-based. It shouldn't have any water in it. Either way, I'm going to set this aside for a couple minutes. Put it in front of the heater so that that should dry off any water. Maybe I'll come up with a solution for this texture right now. How did it turn out? Did it fill in the layer lines? You know, I have not done a primer coat after I did the resin yet, so I should really just go do that right now. Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now real quick. I'll be back in I'm gonna say 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Time me. Alright, how'd I do? Getting a little bit of snow out there, which is finally getting our comeuppance for bragging about having not had any snow this year. So for some reason, I'm not sure whether or not I want to combine these pieces. So the only reason I wouldn't want to is so that I can cast them separately, which would mean smaller molds but more pores. And I don't if I cast them together, because there's going to be another one up here, so it's going to be a big mold if they're all together. One advantage is I don't have to have this crack, which I didn't necessarily want. I just split it like that in ZBrush for the 3D printing, so it would be smaller pieces to print. I guess it's gonna be fairly quick and easy to assemble them at the end if I feel like it, so, and it'll be harder to break them apart if I stick them together now and change my mind later. So I'm gonna opt for keeping them apart for now. Although that is gonna make this seem dumb. Yeah, for all this like broken up rubbly part, that's why I would want to stick them together, so I have just a consistent surface of the broken rubbly part. Actually, you know what? I need to spray that because I did some clear coat on there, and I'm not going to be able to know how I should proceed with sculpting until I have a little spray on there. So this one will be much quicker. Alright, but one thing I am very confident in is that I need to resurface all of these flat-ish areas. No snow there, just rain? Congrats. Usually it's colder down there than up here. That's weird. Oh, hey. Here's a chance to use up the rest of my crappy freeform sculpt, which I am not a fan of, and I regret purchasing. No, I don't regret purchasing it because, you know, I had to find out for myself its properties, how it would work in relation to the other stuff I use. Oh, it's so annoying. It's like the hardest taffy in every way, including flavor. Looks like I've gone through more of the... less of this than I do of this, right? So another dumb thing is they have them in these bags. This makes everything super annoying. No. Oh, right. I need some for this piece. We're not quite gonna have a 50-50 mix. But usually that's all right. All right, just fast forward this part, you guys. My hands are gonna hurt so much tomorrow. It is exhausting and ridiculous. That's a really nice little piano thing there. Reminds me of Final Fantasy. Tell Trisha she should just go ahead and have her baby while I'm mixing this, and then she can come back in after she's had her baby and I'm done mixing. Terrible product. I'm gonna see if this jewelry glue has some kind of little happy accident with the 3D print. Maybe it'll melt it or something in some cool way. Indie Blue Magic does some nice podcasts about writing. I'm off and on listening to one about character deaths. Oh, cool. Haven't heard of that one. I'll have to check it out. Conclusion, kill them all. I'm never gonna not knock this over, am I? Let's see if I can get a little piece of metal in there. Actually, while I have it out, I might as well give it a little coating, strengthen it. By the way, these little pegs sticking out are designed to help attach the other parts of the sculpture to it. In case that wasn't obvious. Hi Damon, how's it going? Long time no see. You back from your trip? You have a box headed my way from in Heather. Ooh. Is it a post-surgery care box? Holy Land box. Ooh. So surely it must be full of relics. Saints' finger bones and the teeth of martyrs, I would assume. It's just chock full of those. What is the spear that pierced the side of Christ? Whatever that thing is. I'll bet that's in there too. And of course, what did I ask for? A quarter of the wall of the Wailing Wall? I didn't want to be presumptuous and ask for a half, because I figured if you took a half of it, people would probably notice right away. Sorry, the bones and holy artifacts are claimed by my Necromancer's Guild, so we can raise hell. Oh, okay. That's fair. Wasn't even allowed at half the Wailing Wall, as men and women are separated. Oh. That's important. You don't want to get their prayers mixed up. You don't want a dude accidentally getting pregnant, you know. Jewish Orthodox tradition that men and women pray separately. Yeah? Like, imagine you're God, right? And you're hanging out at the wall, listening to people pray, and there's like a guy who, you know, has like a high-pitched voice or something, and he's praying, you know, that his flocks would be doubled. And then next to him is a woman with a low baritone voice. You know, no judgment, that's fine. But, you know, God gets them mixed up, and, you know, she's praying to get pregnant. And because the guy and the woman are right next to each other, God's like, poof, here you go, lady. And then the guy gets pregnant, and the woman gets twice as many flocks, which sucks for her because she doesn't have any flocks, so she gets nothing. I'm guessing that's why they ended up splitting them up that way. If it's not in the Torah, it's probably in the Mishnah. This would have gone a lot faster if I would have used freeform air. Probably would not have gotten quite as hard as hard edges as this though. Damon, did you guys make it up to Turkey, or did you just stay directly in the Holy Land the whole time? Also curious, were you part of a tour group that had like a guide the entire time and you get on a bus and go from place to place? Or did you get to chart your own path? I don't know what it is. As much as I have such a deep history and fascination with religion, I have no desire to go to the Holy Land. I don't know why that is. Maybe because the tradition I was raised in and my general attitude is I don't assign like powers to external things like people and places and artifacts. Israel only. Went to Palestine to see Bethlehem. Okay. Part of a tour group. Got near Jordan and Syria. New Zealand is where I want to go? Okay. Let's see, I'm not religious at all, like negative religious, but the archaeological aspect is very cool, seeing the Roman ruins and stuff. Yeah, there's so many better places to see that kind of stuff as far as I can tell. Specifically Turkey, that's where I want to go, because that's got everything. It's got ancient Greek, ancient Roman, ancient Christian, and then various layers of Islamic architecture and such. This is based, of course, on zero experience with going anywhere. Oh my gosh, it's cold in here. Ready for spring, thanks. Israel has all that too, since it's been sacked and taken over by pretty much everyone multiple times. They have artificial hills out here called tells that are layers and layers of civilization that have built on top of each other for thousands of years. Yep. Yep. It's so crazy how over there, you know, they'll just be building a new condo complex and suddenly they'll discover, oh look, there was an entire city under here. Or like ancient water tunnels that were dug out. Speaking of hills that aren't hills, and valleys that aren't valleys, did you go to hell while you were there? Yeah, Valley of Gehenna. I've seen pictures of it. It looks like a very pretty park nowadays. Much less burning and gnashing of teeth than in olden times. No, it's just outside of Jerusalem. It's like previously the garbage dump for Jerusalem, where the fire burned day and night. You might be thinking of the plain of what's the Book of Revelation one? I had it in my head and it just went away. Megiddo. You went near Megiddo? Okay. What was the weather like over there? I saw a lot of your pictures. They're kind of overcast. But was it... Did it ever get cold? Or was it just kind of cool when it was overcast? During the summer, regular over 100. Yep. Down at the Dead Sea, over 120 is common. Yikes. But, it is winter there, right? Yeah, you're still in the northern hemisphere there. I'm asking what it was like for you there. Or did you tell me? Oh, you did tell me. It's up higher. Middle of winter there. Forecast is 70s and sunny, but Monday it rained. It was near 40s. Oh, okay. Sounds like around here. Warmest day was mid 70s. The day it rained a lot is the day we walked up to the Mountain of Olives and down to Gethsemane. We were soaked when we finally got back to the hotel. That was the only free time we had. The rest was all with the tour. Wow. What were the crowds like? Looked like most of your shots, you didn't have like a ton of people swarming around. too bad according to the guide because it's the off season. Supposedly it's absolutely nuts in the summer, which doesn't really make sense. You'd think people would avoid the weather. Yeah. The old city was the most crowded, but that's because the streets are only about 8 feet wide. Yeah, it doesn't take a lot of people to crowd those streets, huh? Hey Ed Bever, what am I making? I think maybe train for some kind of war game, but letters seem out of place. Well, it's a 3D print of a sculpture that I created in ZBrush for the band Demon Hunter for their latest album covers. And so I have a friend who printed out like a huge version of it so that I could cast it and have a huge, awesome, real world version of it. That's pretty much what it is. If you Google search for Demon Hunter War and Peace, you'll probably see the sculpture that this is a piece of. This is like 1/6 of the background tablet. Oops, I accidentally used water to smooth this. Now I'm getting little... Well, it's fine for this purpose since I'm just trying to get a general rough stone texture anyway. Still have quite a bit extra of this stuff, so I'm going to throw it on here. Damon, we have a Twitch baby. What? What does that even mean? Oh, did someone give birth? Not quite 30, but close to 30. Trying to remember how many pieces. I was actually just about to go get the other pieces that have been printed so far. I was priming them, so they're outside right now because they stink. But in about 5 minutes, I'll have them on screen. You can kind of see how they fit together. Out of curiosity, I should see, does this stuff work for filling holes better than the other stuff? Because this is stickier than epoxy sculpt. So who knows, maybe this will have a better use. Oh, 9-month sub. I get you. I was a little confused because Aletha was saying her sister might be having her baby today, so I thought maybe I missed something along those lines. And thank you again, Damon, for 9 solid months of the support. Super appreciate it. I'm just going to do this. I don't have to keep finding my little bit on the table. Yes, all the images in the little upper right quadrant of my sculpture portfolio. So such a crappy cast. I have no idea why I keep trying to salvage it. I think what I'll end up doing is just giving it a really grungy paint job, so the little holes will read like part of the paint and not air bubbles. It says, I see a lot of stuff in the background too. Some of it looks somewhat familiar, but most not too much. I see a worm from Guild Wars 2 back there. Yep, right there. Mr. Wormy. I've done a lot of, well, maybe not a lot, but my fair share of Guild Wars 2 art. So, I guess I'm seeing that the stickiness of this does make it better for filling holes than epoxy clay and epoxy sculpt. Or at least epoxy sculpt. I don't know if I've ever tried filling holes with epoxy clay. Hi 76, how's it going? How are you doing on this fine, blustery day? Doing fine, that's good. Hope you're keeping warm. Because I sure am not. I think I'm going to real quick run and get my other 3D prints that I've primed from outside. I'm going to put on another layer of pants and a refill of my beverage. So I may take a quick break here for about 3 minutes. Actually, I should keep this put on the other one I'm bringing in. Dum-da-dum. I love spending time working on the back of things that no one will ever see. Bothers me when things are just crappy in places. I don't want them to be crappy anywhere. Letha says, I'd have more if I did the sub, but I support through Patreon. Oh, you guys are comparing hearts. Yeah, at some point I gotta figure out how to give hearts for Patreon support. Well, first I have to rediscover how to give hearts at all, because I lost that ability. I still owe you your birthday hearts, Aletha. I suppose what I could do, I mean, it's not like I have so many Patreons, I couldn't just monthly go in and adjust their heart score. But yeah, I need to either hire someone or have someone who just wants to help get me a walkthrough that shows how to access whatever that dumb panel is, whatever that plugin is, wherever it lives, so I can write it down and just have it on a document. And every time I need to add hearts, I can open the dumb document and remind myself until I can do it by memory. Okay. I should be right back. Let's give you something a little better to look at while I'm out. Beaumark will keep you company. Alright, BRB. What? Okay, you guys. I got more stuff to figure out. All of a sudden. Okay, here's 3D prints. They've been out in the snow, so now they're melting. The prints aren't melting. The snow's melting, hopefully. Some little brushes I ordered. And yeah, Amazon box just came. And these. So I'm making, using these to do shadow boxes for the, if you saw my last video, the epoxy sculpt video, I'm going to be framing those pieces for the art show at NorwestCon. Pretty sure it's through Streamlabs. Alright, let's see what happens when I click on Streamlabs Loyalty. Okay, I see a place to donate money. I see a preview that says name, donated amount, your message. I see a leaderboard with monthly, weekly, all time. Not enough tipping data. This looks like it's all about tipping, not about hearts. You're a liar, Damon. Vicious liar. You claim that you believe, and yet you said you went to the Holy Land and weren't religious. Aha! I caught you in another one of your lies! Alright. Let's try some of this off, shall we? Okay, here we go. Streamlabs.com, Josh Foreman, loyalty. That's right, you didn't have enough faith. Or maybe I didn't have enough faith. One of the two. So here's where I did that rock texture over the 3D print, and here's where I didn't do it. Okay, log in with Twitch to view your loyalty points. Okay, logging in with Twitch. This site will allow, yes, authorize. Here we go. Okay, so I see that I have 8,734 hearts, and I could donate money, and I have loyalty points. I see nowhere to go to give loyalty points to other people. Again, trapped in your own lies, Damon. And or my own ignorance on how to do anything remotely technical. Trip for your wife, not you. Likely excuse. She has more than enough faith for both of us. Is that how that works? Okay, so while I have this out, I'm going to use the last of this. Just because why not? I got it. Might as well use it. Getting very close to being set. As a result, it does not want to stick to the surface very well. What is the purpose of the stuff I'm squishing on? This is epoxy-based clay, and the purpose is to cover up these printing seam lines that are on there. So I've been experimenting with this stuff on parts of it, and on other parts I'm just straight up sculpting over it. So this has had a coat of that XTC stuff, and there's still definitely places where you can see the lines pretty bad. This part I put it on really thick because this was the back and you're not going to see that very well. Yeah, I think I'm going to end up doing a lot of sculpting over it, which is unfortunate. If I could just afford a Form 2, there'd be an awful lot less post work to do. At some point I should do the math on that and say, okay, what is an hour of sculpting time worth to me? Multiply that across the life of how many projects I'm going to be touching up after 3D printing, and does that equal or not getting a Formlab? What is it? It's like $3,000 or something. Ultimately, I just can't afford that right now. Anyway, if suddenly my Patreon amount like went up 3 or 4 times, then I could consider it. 3D printers tend to create odd kinds of lines across the entire surface. Yes, they do. Seems like it would be a good investment to get the better printer. Trying to convince people to sub on your Patreon. Are you? It's the never-ending quest. Yes. In my last video I posted, I even tried to guilt people into it by showing them a very unflattering picture of my son starving to death. For some reason it didn't work. I didn't get a trillion new Patreon supporters. I don't know why. I even played Sarah McLachlan over it. Why didn't it work? Why aren't you calling? You appreciated that video, Aletha. I asked Shane for a good picture of him that would compel people to help us, and that's the one he picked, so. Oh wow, Damon, you're putting in the man hours here. Thank you. Okay, I'll give this a try. Dashboard loyalty. Here we go. Okay, here's a list of people and a list of points. It seems to be alphabetical from Z to A for some reason. Let's see. So there's a little gear by names. So let's search for Aletha. Oh, that's right. It's not Aletha. It's AJ Baki. What are you on here? There you are. Okay. Now, if I click the gear, I can edit, I can block, and I can report. Okay, adjustment. There we go. Okay. 1,000 birthday points. Now you are at 14,956. Okay, now let me give Damon some points for helping me figure this out. $1,000 points. There you go. Streamlabs.com dashboard loyalty. Okay, I'm gonna copy this, and I have a document somewhere that is like streaming stuff to know. Streaming process. Here we go. Open that document. Okay, to give hearts, and there's the link. Okay. Now, if I can't figure it out again, you guys remind me that I saved a document that has it, in theory. Yes, Aletha, you are both in disgrace and disguise. And I won't block or report you, even though you deserve it. See, I'm sure reports are looked at, so you should only be concerned if you actually did bad stuff. You saying you did bad stuff? Yes, Aletha's a bad, bad girl. Naughty, naughty girl. Now, you know what is naughty is, what is playing this? VLC. VLC is naughty. You know, I have literally hundreds of tracks, and I have it set on random, and no matter what, it's like, no, I'm just gonna play the same 12 songs over and over again. F you, buddy. Okay. Randomness has been fired. I'm just gonna go through our Vinswept collection. Hey Kenzo says, hey Josh, looking at those lines, they're bad. Think your work colleague got his nozzle too close to the bed. My prints come out A-okay. So I mean, it depends on the direction you're printing, right? Like, going up, it's not that bad at all. But when you're doing very subtle variations going upward, it is bad. So a lot of it comes down to the angle that you print them at. Originally, we were going to print them up like this so that that nice compaction would happen on the surface, but for whatever reason he said it was way faster and easier to do it this way. And it's like, well, it's his machine, his material, so I'm not going to make demands so you do it a different way. His time, I mean, I think he said these things took like 18 hours to print. So, ridiculous. I think also he did one at a lower and one at a higher as he was figuring the process out, or he started it lower and then he made it go higher as the print went upwards. Alright, is there anything I want to... I think I'm just going to wait for this to dry out before I do anything else on it. Is it ABS? I don't remember. He told me what it was, and it's a string of letters, and that means nothing to me, so it instantly fell out of my head. That stuff can live over there for a while. Does not surprise me it takes so long. Quality on those prints is actually quite good for home printing. You know, he recently got the printer, so he's still kind of figuring it out. I'm sure future ones would be better, but beggars cannot be choosers, and in this case, I am the beggar. Okay. How strong is this now? Still not super strong. Why? Why are you not super strong? Okay. I'm gonna just... where'd my go? Here we go. I'm gonna go a little overboard on strengthening that strand. Sometimes you just gotta go overboard, you know? Hit it with a hammer, that'll teach it to be strong. If you can dodge a hammer, you can dodge a dodgeball. It all makes sense. Something so thin and bendy will never be strong after it rolls out of a printer. Well, this is actually not 3D printed. This is hand sculpted. And I've gone in and reinforced it twice now with plumber's epoxy. Steel reinforced epoxy, in fact. I pinned it. Yeah, there's wire in both sides. Assuming that's what you mean by pinned it. I find welding rod the best, wrapped in thin wire. What is welding rod made out of? Tin? I imagine it depends on what kind of welding you're doing. But I've only done welding like with a buddy who had all the supplies, so I'm not well versed. tin melts at too low temperature. That wouldn't work. So does copper, I believe. I think you use different rods depending on what you're welding. Like, if you're welding stainless steel, you need something different than if you're welding, I don't know, iron or copper or bronze. Don't know what it's made of, but it looks like a sparkler. Could be MIG, but it doesn't bend easy. Yeah, I've got a bunch of stainless steel wire left over from when I used to do dental, like retainers and space maintainers. And that is like super stiff. Which sometimes I want and sometimes I don't. Okay. Put this down for another little while. Trying to decide if I want to start doing picture frame stuff. If I do that, I'm going to have to clear off the whole table, which then I'm going to mess up again by busting out the old mother mold again. Or I could do some more surfacing on this, but the more time I spend on this, the less I'm getting done towards my book and the convention stuff. On the other hand, this needs to get done at some point. Yeah, I feel like by the time I'm done with this, and I won't have to get out all that other stuff. Yeah, it's probably more efficient to work on this now. Looking like delicious candy. While it is freshly mixed, it's much more pliable. And that is when I should be doing most of the spreading. Hey Carlos, just subscribed. Thank you, Carlos. Super Bowl? What is that? Alright, have fun doing whatever that is. I assume that's like when you get a giant bowl of chili. Let's see, Ed says it's not any activity of Damon's. All he can do is practice his faith some more. Yes, I hear that's a lot of what rooting for sports ball teams involves. I'm assuming my local sports ball team did not make it to the Super Bowl because I literally have no idea what teams are playing this year. It's a Merly Whirly World just subscribed. Thanks, It's a Merly Whirly World. I think you might be right. It may indeed be a Merly Whirly World. At least I haven't found any evidence to the contrary. I've heard it claimed that it's a mad, mad world. But I don't think that's mutually exclusive from being a Merly Whirly world as well. Trying to figure out if I need to fill in this little gap here between this root. Let's see, let's get that top. Where'd it go? Oh, it's right here. So these guys fit together. That little root right there. It's pretty cool to have it separated so you can see through. It's a little more dynamic that way, but it's going to be rough on the mold is my only issue with it. And it probably won't fill in either. Yeah, I think I'm going to need to just close that up. W says, I don't know how high the Seattle Bowlers fly. Ed says, fly? Wait, wasn't bowling the game where you throw a ball at a bunch of pins or hoping they fall over? Now that's a different kind of bowling. Americans, tell me about it. Ridiculous. All of us, just ridiculous. Kenzo says, New England Patriots and Rams. Yes, I am watching. I don't know what city either of those teams represent. I mean, New England is a whole region of the country. Why would that be a team name? We need some Quidditch matches. I agree. W. Beaver says, I thought it was dependent upon the amount of people that live in that area. Hi, Nova Falls. How's it going? Yeah, thanks for following. Is it because of all our awesome sports talk? Ed says, not sure, but I do not think all of the New England residents are as patriotic when it comes to your colonial roots. That may be why such a name is a thing. Isn't it an odd thing that to be patriotic before the War for Independence meant that you sided with England, and then during the war to be patriotic meant you sided against England, all the while calling yourselves New Englanders? I don't know that I would have, if I lived in those times, I don't know if I would have sided with the recessionists. I think in general, I don't understand patriotism. Maybe if I did, I'd feel differently. It's like, it's one thing to appreciate all the wonderful benefits of living in any given nation, but then, like, but you can also acknowledge the downsides to it, right? I don't know if that makes you unpatriotic or not. Nova Fall says, love watching your YouTube videos. Ah, thank you, Nova. Glad someone is. Everyone else hates it, so. No, I generally get overwhelming appreciation. Very few hate messages on my comments. It's nice. It makes me feel good for doing it. Keyword is new. You mean like New England? New England? And Bever says, well, sometimes I think it has become darn near a religion in America. Patriotism, you mean? I assume it's like that in a lot of places, but that is an assumption. In general, just being something that neighbors can rally around and say, yeah, we're all this thing. Good for group cohesion. I guess it's one of those things where, like most things, it can be good and it can also be taken too far, right? Kenzo says, wouldn't say I'm patriotic. England is not what it should be called. You're welcome. Anyone come over. Let's face it, they ha. That is not a compelling rhetoric right there. I'm not inspired. Come on, you gotta Braveheart me. Like, imagine if Mel Gibson got up on a hill and started waving his claymore around and was like, England is not what it should be! Called You Are Welcome! Anyone come over! Let's face it, they ha! that movie just would not be as good. They wouldn't call it Braveheart, they'd call it Incoherent Heart. Computer went doolally. I like that, doolally. Yeah, the way this root just got melted into the skull piece, it's quite a shame. I think I'm gonna have to sculpt over all of these root pieces. Probably the skull pieces too. See what happens if I just sculpt over every other skull shard. Maybe that'll work. Heated up some roast beef, and the cats are sure it's for them. Oh man. Poor kitties. Life full of disappointment. I mean, you just gotta explain to them that unless they help you actually catch and slaughter and butcher and prepare the cow, they do not get to share. '76 says, today's America is very different today. I am of the era when you could tell the neighbor kid to get out of the yop of a dead tree. The yop of a dead tree. Before you get hurt, and that was thanked instead of sued for hurting little Johnny's feelings. And we didn't have to have security cameras. Yep, things, they do change, don't they? Oh, I'll bet you meant top of a tree. Ah, there's the correction. Yes. Yeah, I try to interpret those kind of social changes as like everything's got pluses and minuses to it. Like, although it is sometimes hard to see what the pluses of an overly litigious society are, except that some people who otherwise could have been preyed upon no longer are, maybe? I don't know. It's quite possible there's just no upside to it. But I still like to try to imagine and think of what the upside would be. I wish they would make dangerous playgrounds again. That's my old man complaint. Like, kids need to be able to take risks. That is part of learning to navigate the world. And because of our litigious society and other factors, we cannot have anything that might possibly, even in rare circumstance, physically have someone get physically hurt. I wish playgrounds were just a big stack of boulders. That would have been my favorite playground as a kid. Also teaches limits. Yep. The playgrounds in New Zealand are great. Oh yeah? They've got cool stuff on them. They haven't been lawyered down to stumps. Just colorful Duplo blocks sitting in the ground. It's funny because once you, as a society, have gone a certain amount of time in a direction, like safety first, then it becomes perceived as monstrous to advocate anything else. Like, oh, so I want more kids to have broken arms and brain damage because they've fallen off of high, dangerous things? It's like, well, no, I don't want that, but there are other values that need to be respected as well, and we're probably paying a price, like hidden price, for kids not being exposed to risk-taking and daring do. What is that price? I don't know. I can't articulate it exactly. Alita says, I don't think there is much liability there. The horses we rode on the beach were a lot more exciting than in the US too. Yeah? Turns out my heater wasn't turned up all the way. Okay, hopefully that'll help. It's almost as if it's freezing out there, and that's why it's snowing. Almost as if. Night Valiant. Hi, Night Valiant. How you doing? Thanks for the sub. Letha says, if I recall correctly, if you get in a car accident, each person just pays for their own car as opposed to one person's insurance covering it all, which could be good or bad. Yeah, I imagine there's circumstances where it would be more fair one way or the other, but who knows? I mean, the way it is in the US, like, if you get in an accident, you pretty much have to get a lawyer, and I mean, if you want any chance of getting reimbursed fully, you have to get a lawyer. They have to threaten your insurance company. It's so obnoxious. I had a little stiff brush right here somewhere. I guess this will work. Letha says, I can, to an extent, using biology, articulate that risk. If a child is not sufficiently exposed to infections, the entire mechanism to fight off decreases, diseases is weakened because the body doesn't need it. Yep. Same thing with peanut allergies. Actually, they've discovered that the suggestion to tell pregnant women to stay away, if there's a risk of peanut allergies, telling them to stay away from peanuts actually increases the chance that the allergen that their kid gets is both increased in what is the word? Well, in severity as well as likelihood. And we're actually making more and more people who are allergic to peanuts because we're being overly cautious about it. So when you do get sick, you have no way of fighting the disease off. In a sense, society is overprotective, intensified. Yeah, that kind of figures. But again, the solution to those sorts of things are unthinkable to most people because by necessity, the solution involves making it so that mathematically more people will be, well, not more people, some people will be damaged in ways they wouldn't if everyone did the most safest thing. But the number of people who end up suffering will be reduced. But then, like, you get into this ethics dilemma of, like, well, how many people are you willing to damage to help the greater good, you know? '76 says, none of my children are allergic because they played in the yard, got dirty, built up resistance to all the stuff. I'm sure that helped, yep. I mean, there's still just some people that no matter what they're exposed to, they are going to have allergies or whatever. But, yeah, your chances, your immunity, all that stuff, it is shown that on average, the more you beef it up when you're young, the better off you'll be in the long run. It's good for kids to eat dirt. There's this super awesome documentary called Babies. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend checking it out. But it follows the birth and toddlerhood of, you know, and then baby through toddlerhood of, I think it's 4 different kids. One is in San Francisco, one is in someplace in Africa, like very tribal society. One's in Mongolia, and I think the other one's Japan. But just comparing and contrasting how they're raised is super fascinating. You know, the birth rituals, the parenting styles. It's really interesting. Ed says, I need to stop responding to you in too direct a manner, I guess. Josh, you obviously need to be around cats more as a kid. Ed, you should always respond to me in too direct a manner. I love it. '76 says, my kids are in their 50s now. Well, I'm not too far from 50 myself, so... Actually, I think we had a cat from time to time. I know we had 2 dogs when I was growing up, but somehow I'm still allergic to them. What do you mean it tells you Patreon pledges on here, Aletha? I know I did whatever I could to connect the accounts. I couldn't find a way to make it so that you could get rewards on here through Patreon, which would be ideal. Leela Rose Foreman, hi Mom, says, I grew up with cats and dogs and baby chicks and ducks in my bedroom and guinea pigs. And the neighbor had a horse. I ate food directly from the plant I harvested it from. None of that kept me from being allergic to the world. Sad but true. Although we could guess that your immune system is better than it otherwise would be, which is very hard to test scientifically. It just popped up a thing saying someone just pledged $3. Oh, really? I missed that. It must not have made a sound. That's sad. I would like to give them a shout out and a thanks. I guess I can do that on the next stream. Ed, what did not? I don't know what that's in reference to. Oh, there was no sound. Okay. Well, that's annoying. Does anyone remember what the name was? Was it someone watching right now? Might have been Ken. Didn't quite catch it. Alright, well, I'll make sure to check, and next live stream I'll give him a shout out. Okay. Nova, how do you get hair like mine? So I think you need to eat proteins and amino acids, some fats, and a little bit of carbs. And then the follicles, like most people have hair follicles on the top of their head. And then I think it just kind of naturally they produce like a long string of cells that bind together and create hairs on your head. That's my best pro tip for how to get hair like mine. I've also heard that you could just go Super Saiyan. Apparently that will do it as well. Actually, what I ended up with was pretty much just an accident of trial and error over the years of just trying to do something that was both quick, easy, and like different looking enough that I liked it. The only really floofy part of it is I have to use a hair straightener to get the little flippity floops. And then it's just what is that stuff called? Like hair paste? Just rub it in your hands and you go and then you twist out a couple tips. It takes about 5 minutes. It's not bad. It is important to make those sounds though. Will not work unless you go. Well, if I told you I was a Super Saiyan in disguise, it wouldn't be a very good disguise, would it? Oh, hey, thanks for following it, Bever. And or Educational Beaver. You'll have to tell me how to pronounce your name. Beaver. Beaver. Beaver actually has them do the E right, or E is hard for Americans. Some of our E's are. Beaver? Beaver? That sounds right. And is Ed short for Edvard? Edvard Beaver. That's how you pronounce your name from now on. Sorry, them's the breaks. That's how you have to do it now. Pretty sure Twitch has international jurisdiction over name pronunciation. Gaia9! Thanks for the sub, Gaia9. It is true. I am a rampant name failure. W. Bever says, so I sometimes just go with the meaning of the word bever to explain my name, Beaver. Kenzo says, catch y'all later. Early start today. Bye. Bye! Thanks for hanging, Kenzo. Thanks for having a non-confusing name. This says I can make pretty much anything that is simple sound confusing. I'm trying to think of a time when that would be a useful skill. Like maybe if you're trying to scam someone, make them think that you're smart and you're just explaining something obvious and intuitive in a way that they think is complicated and only a master like yourself would be able to do it for them for a fee. Man, I'm gonna be glad when I'm done with this batch of material. I hate working with it. It's so painful. Both physically and emotionally. Misdirecting the bad guys? Okay, yeah, that's a better one. Sounds like a janitor? Is that what you're saying? Janitor? Don't know that word. Janitor. Oh. A guy that you want to explain to you how to change a light bulb, but he would rather come do it himself. Oh, actually, I just thought of the perfect example of that. That, like, almost every tutorial on YouTube for anything makes, like, it's 10 minutes long when literally it's just show me where this one button is in this software, or just show me how to convert a file from this to this. And it could literally take 10 seconds, but instead it's like, hey guys, how's it going? Here's my channel, logo, introduction. Alright, now I'm going to talk to you a little bit about why this is the thing that's come up in my life. And, oh hey, look, here's my pet cat. Ha, let's check out my cat. And then, oh, okay, now I'm going to open the program. So let's just sit here and wait for the program to open. Okay, now I saved a file somewhere. Let's dig around in my folders for 10 minutes while I look for it. That is the state of most YouTube tutorials. It's so annoying! I'm glad my tutorials are never annoying. You know, learn to do it yourself so you don't need no tutorials. Part of learning to do it yourself is looking up tutorials. It's catch-22. And the troll, they don't put the solution at the end, but 2/3 of the way through the video. Yep. So you're like flipping back and forth, like, where do they show it? Makes me wonder if someone started a YouTube channel. This would be illegal and unethical, but what if you started a YouTube channel called The Answer in 10 Seconds or Less, right? And then you just go to, your job is you go to all the tutorials that exist on YouTube. You know, you make categories. Okay, here's software. Under software, you've got Photoshop, Maya, ZBrush, Word, whatever, right? And then you find all the tutorials and you clip out just the answer and you make a bunch of 10-second videos that show just the answer. Oh man, that'd be so trolly and so awesome. To make it less ethically awful, you could have a link to the the video it came from in the description, but you could make it legal by claiming that it was satire. Or I guess you could dodge the legal and ethical part by just following the tutorial and just making your own 10-second long version. I don't get it. Like, you know you're making a tutorial, right? It's not like someone just burst into your bedroom and was like, quick, make a tutorial on this software that you don't have open and don't have an example of. Or I'm kidnapping the president. I don't think that ever happens. Depends on which president who has asked this, I presume. Yeah, probably. Aletha says, don't people do that anyway? Like compiling clips of cats doing funny stuff? Well, that's a good point. It's pretty much the same thing. Hooray for my rubbery nubbery tool. Alright. That's good. What do we got? 3 hours and 47 minutes. Still really want to get my piece in rubber today. So I'm just going to keep grinding. Still a little bit loose, but I think it'll be fine once there's rubber around it. I hope. hope, think. Okay. I'll take a quick bathroom break. Come back and lay some clay. Yay! Okay. So here's the tricky thing about what I need to do. I need to put clay going up to all the seams. That's why you can see some blue tape in there and some plastic, because clay is going to go over most of that. So it needs to lay in here. It needs to be able to slot into the mother mold. And both those things are tricky to do together. Here's why. I think. Maybe it won't be as tricky as I fear, but I have fears. So here's an example of how the clay needs to sit, right? It needs to come right up to the edge, and I need to like go in with my little sculpting tool and get it like perfectly exactly where I need it. But it needs to also be in such a way that I can pull it in and out of the mother mold so that I can access every angle that I need to. See, when it's falling off like that, that's gonna make things tricky. So, not sure what the solution is yet. I'm gonna try to feel my way through this. It's gonna be touch and go here for a bit, guys. I think if I compress it against the sculpture really well so that it kind of catches on whatever little details in the sculpture it can, that'll help hold it in place for taking it in and out of the mother mold. This would be so much easier if the clay was warm. And I have to be really careful to not block off these little areas where the rubber goes through and out there. I should probably not even bother with tape on these little thin ones. The reason that I want tape covering as much as possible is because where there's no tape and the clay is pressed against it, when I pop the clay off, often there'll be little bits of clay that then have to be cleaned up before I pour the other side. But I might be overly concerned with that. I should be focused on making sure that the parting line that I'm getting in the clay is very accurate, more so than I should worry about cleanup that I have to do afterwards. Pop it in and out without it falling off. Looks like it. so you can see the clay through there, right? This layer of clay is, so when I pour, I'm going to pour rubber, the mold rubber, over it like this, and this clay is going to determine the parting line. So then when I pull it out, there'll be rubber around here. I pop it off, I pull this clay off, and then the negative of the rubber left from where this seam is, and I pour that. Yeah, it's one of those things. You kind of have to see a diagram to really get it. Well, I do. Okay, so this is how I'm determining where a parting line is. I want as little, I don't want the rubber to pour through and suck up under and around, because then when I'm pulling the mold out, it'll get stuck, or it'll have to bend or pull and potentially rip the rubber. So I need to fill this gap about halfway. That's not the best tool. What about this funny little guy I made? Also not the best tool. Okay, looks like I want to stick with metal until I get closer to where I need it. It's not getting any warmer in here. So the more time I spend getting the seam right here in the mold making process, the less time I will have to spend cleaning up the parting lines in the cast. So I'm wondering if I had a brush with alcohol on it. Oh, and if I sloshed water all over the desk, would that help? Probably not. Does alcohol smooth this at all? Let's. It at least lets the brush slide over it well. Alright, and then you give it just a little bit of a key mark there. So when the two halves of the rubber meet, then make sure they're meeting in the right place. So you can see this this line that I drew on there. That's kind of, I've spent some time already deciding where that would lay. It kind of follows a pattern of swirling from here and going down that way. Here's what I was talking about, where the rubber gets caught on the piece, and then you gotta clean it off, or else it's gonna have little blobs on the cast piece that you do. Okay, so here's where it gets tricky. The more I build it out this way, the more it's going to bump into the mother mold when I set it in and out. So I think I just need to constantly be putting it in and out to make sure that it can sit in there. Yeah, see, that is there we go. That is squashing into the mother mold and not letting me fully sit it down in there, so and this part is awfully close to the mother mold there. That's not how it was originally sitting, probably. I think I could fix that by just carving this lip down on the mother mold. Can I do it without shattering the mother mold? That's the question. Now you can see there's some room there. Now it's going to be awfully weird that this part of the rubber is going to be going all the way down into there. Which means I probably want to adjust this part of the mother mold so it goes more like this. So there's plenty of thickness to the rubber there where it's wrapping around. Yeah. A viewer says, not afraid the mold will break if you put so much sideways pressure on it. The material looks fragile. I'm always afraid of everything when it comes to mold making. Still figuring out the limits of stuff. This does have Plastipaste too, which is kind of a fiberglass-ish material. Alright. So I'm a little more comfortable now with the rubber going down into there. I am thinking though that I might modify this a bit. I don't think it needs to keep following the trajectory that I set for it going all the way down like that. It could actually just cut straight down here. Like so. I think that would be better for all parties involved. Both the mother mold and the rubber. And maybe even the seam line. I don't know. So in my experience, ideally the parting line is sticking out 90 degrees from the surface of the cast. If it's at an angle, it's often harder to carve it down. So this angle here should be about 90 degrees to the angle of the hair that it's touching there. That's my goal. So you can see the angle in here, that is not 90 degrees. Ideally it would come out more like that. I feel like I might want to compromise on this one though, and just deal with that angle, because it's already going so far deep in that direction, and I don't want it to go further that way, so just see how that ends up. So here's where things start to get tricky. I can build this out to the edge because it's gonna need to go to the edge. You can't have your rubber dripping around the sides there. But as I do that, it's gonna lock this into place, which means I can't keep pulling it out and going around the edges. So what I'm probably gonna do is all the detail edge work, and then after that go in and do this sort of thing around the whole area, which looks like it might work. It'll get tricky if there's like a place where I can't fit my tool in, like in here or something, and I'm having to pack it down against the wall and I can't quite reach it, but I don't know that that's going to happen yet, so I will burn that bridge when I get to it. All right, W, thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. Fetching marshmallows. Oh, that sounds nice. So likewise, I think I'm going to pull back on, actually, no, this probably does need to be all the way over here. Blunt Force 1, hey, thanks for following. You can see as I'm moving this around, see how it's getting parted there? The more I pull it in and out, the more that's going to do that, and the worse the integrity will be, so that if it's out like this, then rubber will leak through there, and then when I flip it over to do the other side, I'm going to have all these thin little sheets of rubber coating and sometimes dripping all the way down to the bottom. So trying to avoid that, which means I'm trying to minimize the number of times that I pop it in and out of the mold here. So I'm thinking I might be able to save myself some time by kind of roughing in the outer limits of where this layer of clay should go. If I can do that from here, that will mean less guesswork and less needs to pop it in and out over and over again. Yeah, there's really no good way to get this in and like attach it. It'll just fall off when I pull it out. I know I have a tool with like a metal ball tip to it. It feels like that would be ideal for what I'm doing, or closer to ideal. I would want a rubber round tip, really. But I don't think I have one of those. Try this little guy. Trisha was admitted to the hospital. Baby is on its way. All right. Trisha is my cousin and Aletha's sister. She's also the world's foremost supplier of cute tow-headed children. Is that what tow-headed means? Bright blonde, right? Am I right about that? I hope I wasn't just accidentally super insulting. I don't think it's spelled toe in the same way as the phalanges coming off of your feet. I could be wrong about that. I think it's an outdated term that's hardly used anymore. At least not in my region of the world. But I know I've heard it before, and I'm almost certain it was applied to blonde children. Tow-headed, having very light blonde or untidy hair. Thank you, Isfak. Saved the day. But yes, they all have like almost white blonde hair. All 73 of her children. I don't know, I lost count after like 4 or 5. It's probably 73 by now. This part is really tricky. Not sure where to put the part on here because rubber's got to flow up through there, under, and then come up through here. But if it doesn't come all the way up, then it won't have as big of a like undercut plug to have to contend with. On the other hand, putting the rubber parts together and making sure those two parts sit together when they're like under this flap like that, that's probably worse, I'm gonna guess. Though, let's see, pushing it down this way. Oh yeah, that's better. Okay, so the layer of rubber will sit down on it like so. And then here's another tricky spot because it's like, let's see, this, yeah, this will have to divide rubber on this side, yeah. This is her 6th. I have a hard time telling the younger ones apart. Yep. Do they know if it's a boy or a girl yet? Or are they waiting for the surprise? Yeah, they do seem the type to... Oh, and there we go. Did it again. Had my hand up here. Broke the thing yet again. Is there even a solution to that problem? I wonder if I built a cage around this part of the head. Would that stop me from doing that? Mostly sure it's human. Okay, that's good. Alright, I'm just gonna leave this. I'm gonna buy super glue today or tomorrow. Come back and fix that, but I can keep doing most of this work. It's frustrating because every day I'm like, alright, today is the day. I'm gonna get this half in the mold. Every day I break that darn piece of hair and have to resculpt it. Maybe I will just make it out of metal rods. Drill super deep in each of these and just set it in with epoxy. I think that's what I'll do because I am so tired of this problem. I don't want super deep, super steep holes. That risks, when you're putting the thing together, like the little spiky tip hits a little to the side, and when you press them together it just distorts around that area rather than fitting together perfectly. But since it's inside the mold, I wouldn't be able to see it to correct it. Alright, Aletha, have a good one. Got a big pile of this stuff sitting right in front of my heater at my feet, so it's nice and pliable when I pull it from there. There's always a tension between making a really funky shaped parting lines and following the natural contours to minimize the amount of flashing you have to clean up, I guess. I'm not experienced enough to be making all wise decisions about those things, so I keep kind of going back and forth over where I should place them. Biavar said, it's very healthy to be aware of one's limitations in terms of knowledge and understanding. I do not think anyone is qualified to make decisions and claim to be certain about them. Yes. I had a rather severe epistemological resetting, breaking, I would call it, happened to me about a decade ago, and yeah, where I just came to the conclusion I am not a qualified entity to be making claims and assertions about reality, really in any capacity, which is a pretty radical form of epistemology, but it makes me much more at peace than I was before, when I thought that I had to figure out the absolute truth about every claim that existed. Now I'm just like, I'll listen to anything for a little bit, give it a chance, and realize that just because I don't understand it or it doesn't make sense to me doesn't mean it's not true. Doesn't mean that I don't believe there is truth. I definitely believe there are things that are absolutely true and things that are absolutely false. I just don't think that I am qualified to make that determination about really anything, even my own thoughts and feelings. Again, very radical. I don't recommend it to most people, except those who need it, like me. The big thing that helped was shifting from viewing almost everything in life in binary terms of like true, false, yes, no, right, wrong, good, evil, and instead interpreting almost everything as existing on a spectrum. So I can have, I can say I'm almost certain, or rather, I am very convinced that I exist, and that I have a right hand, and that there are other humans in the world. I don't spend a lot of time doubting that stuff, but I also hold it not at 100%. I'm like, well, maybe everything's an illusion. And you know what? Fine. If that's what it is, that's what it is. And then I've got lots of room for in-between things like cryptozoology. I am not convinced at all that any cryptids exist, but I also don't feel like I have to declare definitively Bigfoot cannot exist or whatever, right? I can just be like, it's a fun thought. I put it at about 10%. I'm 10% convinced that a Bigfoot exists. And I'm like 80% sure that of anthropogenic climate change. That is the Earth climate is changing due to human activity. Could be wrong, but I tend to believe the authorities when there's a consensus amongst the authorities. Although they could be wrong. They could be misled, they could be on a political crusade, who knows? But I think the chances of that are less than I once used to, back when I had a little more of a conspiratorial bent. Well, the Earth warming up isn't difficult. The human involvement there is difficult to prove. Yeah, depends on who you talk to. I just am not expert enough to make definitive statement about it. It's tough to live in a world where no one is enough of an expert on enough things to be able to be a definitive, like, go-to authority on more than one or two things. Lots of people like to pretend they can be an authority on more than one or two things, but I'm very dubious of those people now. Where did that come from? Oh, probably right here. Yeah, the particular branch of religion that I was raised in, it was really important to deny evolution. The idea that we evolved, it was thought in my circles growing up, would lead to atheism, which of course is the worst thing because then you go to hell, and no one wants to go to hell. But what that kind of put in me was a conspiratorial, like, in order to believe that evolution is not true, you have to believe that all these thousands and thousands and thousands of experts in all these different fields are either in some big conspiracy or are being I don't know, led astray by Satan, whatever your theory is going to be on that. So yeah, I had to come to grips with how that was affecting me psychologically, and yeah, that was a big part of my epistemological journey. because I'm not, by nature, I'm not a conspiratorial person. And so it was quite a relief to be able to let go of that sort of, motivated reasoning. It's funny to me, having stepped outside of that framework, to look back and, like, from my vantage point, like, if a Judeo-Christian God creates the universe and wants humans and animals and stuff in it, my God, evolution is like the most brilliant piece of design work that has ever been created. It's just so cool. The more I study and learn about it, the more awesomer it is. So it's funny to me that my inherited tradition is so against it as a concept. But I love it. I love evolution. It's so cool. Maybe it's wrong, but an awful lot of people would have to be awfully wrong about an awful lot of things for it to be wrong at this point. Again, possible. I don't put it high on the likelihood scale. What can you sort of imagine, Ed? I have a feeling this seam back here is going to be pretty messy, but on the plus side, it is the back of the sculpture that very few people are going to look at. Certainly not for extended periods of time. That being freed from such, restriction in terms of your own thought process is a relief. Yep. For me, I don't think it was so much the restriction, because I don't feel like I'm free from restriction. I became aware that there's a restriction on me simply by dint of being human, of having a particular perspective, being born at a particular time and place with a particular society. All these things give you a limited perspective that is inescapable. So I'm not free from that. I'm free from feeling like I need to prove that I'm right and that other people are wrong. think it freed me up to just be a more easygoing, loving person. But knowing about that restriction isn't the issue. The restriction being applied by a third party is. Yeah, it feels more empowering. Although, ironically, one of my other big philosophical earthquakes was losing a belief in free will. So it's not like I get a lot of emotional benefit from that idea anyway. It's like, my brain is just taking me on a ride, and it will do what it does. And when I feel like it's doing something I really dislike, especially if, the things that I dislike, fortunately for me, the things I dislike are things that hurt other people. And so when I find myself doing that, my brain is like, hey, that makes you feel bad. Try to change things to be different. And I'm like, all right, I'm just here for the ride, brain. Go for it. Another thing I don't recommend is losing your belief in free will. That has the ability to break a lot of people, especially if they feel like their morality is requires that. I'm a little bit concerned that when I pull the rubber out, because you gotta imagine this clay has turned to rubber, okay? Now when you pull it out from between these hair strands, is it going to pull this whole plug out, or is it going to tear because of how much overhang there is there? So the way to address that is to cut back how much overhang there is. But the problem with that is then I'm dealing with this really deep gouge in here, which means the rubber on this side is going to have this thin little edge, and thin little edges and rubber are not great friends. They don't work together well. So I think I'm gonna compromise with something like this. I think that'll work. Okay, good, Ed. Glad you're not gonna lose your faith in free will. boy, this. Why does everything take so long? Things should not take so long. Can we take a vote on how long things should take, and everyone vote for things to not take so long, please? I could get so much more done if things didn't take so long. It says, though, to be honest, the question what freedom exactly means is one that I for myself have answered, but my answer does not exactly conform with the answers I have found in literature. I'm chatting too much. Chatting doesn't slow me down. Actually, chatting makes things feel like they're going much faster for me. Tell me what your conception of freedom is. Oh, I'm always interested in contrarian views on things. It's not the option to do whatever we want, that much I'm certain of, because if that were the case, my freedom would limit the freedom of others. Right, so you have the John Stuart Mill interpretation. What was it, Mill? Or was it Adam Smith? Oh, I think it was Adam Smith, who was basically laid out the framework for what most humanists cite as the moral maxim of freedom, which is your ability to do what you want as long as it doesn't infringe on the freedom and or, you know, safety of those around you, other people's. Yeah, freedom would be a lot easier if you didn't have to deal with other people's freedoms. That's for sure. That's where dictators have it easy, right? Yeah, but if freedom isn't an absolute thing, being unfree is a meaningless term. Well, again, getting away from binaries and towards spectrums, then you can say what moves me as an individual and the society I live in closer to those ideals is better, and those that move us away is worse, even though neither of them gives us complete one or the other. Chain nerd. Oh! Being attacked. Oh my god. Being attacked. Double pickaxe is double rating. Oh my god. I'm feeling unsafe and attacked. Also, hi everyone. Thanks for rating at a time when I'm doing the most boring and ugly thing I've ever done on my stream. You gotta love the timing. Isn't she beautiful though? What do you guys think? Thanks for following, Chain Nerd. This is kind of what's hidden under there, just for the record. A sculpture like this. Also, my camera's being all glitchy. Look at that. Nice. Oh, it's just the King of Octopuses? Okay. Good. As long as it's not the King of Octopi, that would be upsetting. Okay. You know what? Actually, I'm going to set her aside for a little while anyway. Yeah. Stick her in her mother mold. Junk. Okay. Christocraft Kiddo. Hey, thanks for following, Christocraft Kiddo. I'm gonna do a little more of this before I call it. For those just tuning in, this is a 3D print that I've been cleaning up, in theory. There we go. It's a skull from the band Demon Hunter. I did the artwork for their upcoming album, and they were interested in a 3D print of it. My friend just got a big old 3D printer. However, it's pretty low resolution, and so I've been doing a lot of cleanup work on it. Oh boy, Ed, you're getting deep. Okay, your idea of freedom is not the opposite of captivity, but of doubt. Ooh. Oh, in that case, I am far from free. I'm so full of doubt. I'm sure there's a way to do a turn of phrase with that, but I can't think of it now. I'm too full of doubt. Okay. Just want to get an idea of how this stuff is coming together so far. Here and here. And that goes there. This goes there. Ah, so many pieces. Okay, more or less. Seems to be in place, all right. Okay. Not doubt, fear is a better word for it. Okay. That's interesting. So fear is being the opposite of freedom. Okay, actually, before I jump on this, today is the day of tergiversation. 25-cent word that means not being sure what to do next. So I've already got some holes drilled in here. I don't think I... maybe I'll do a little more. Okay, now in my copious amounts of wire, I must decide what am I going to do her new hair out of. If I do it floral wire, it's not going to be really strong. Ooh, what about this guy? I think this is aluminum. Also not strong though. Hey, the J Nerd, thanks for 5 bits. You're the bittiest. And Pickarco1, thank you, thank you, thank you. I love it, guys. You're storming in here and just being the coolest dudes. Might have been, yeah, I don't know gauge numbers, so I really don't know. This, however, I believe is some kind of steel. But I got these nice little grippy steel benders, so I'll be alright. It says, what will happen with the statue after it's complete? Will peeps be touching it? I mean, it's going to be a display thing, right? So I can't say it will never be touched, but when it's all cast out of resin, it's going to be very strong, and this will not be an issue at that point. Yeah, I pretty much just need it to not break when I'm manipulating it and end up inevitably pushing my thumb against it as a counterweight. It's not the right proportions. That's more better. Sadly, you must be off. Yeah, it's going to be a couple days before this thing's complete, so just tune in next time or the time after. You'll see it complete. Thanks for watching, hanging out. Thanks for the intriguing philosophical conversations. I always love those. It's been a pleasure. Okay, so this wire, if I try to sculpt over it, it's just going to slide all over the place. So I need to attach other wire to it. And ideally, I'd be using some super glue, which I'm going to check in vain again to see if I have any hidden from myself. But I think I do not. Oh, you know what? Actually, hot glue would do the trick. That's firing up. Mix some clay. This is epoxy sculpt, some of my favorite stuff. I just released a tutorial on it on YouTube yesterday or the day before yesterday, one of those days. Was it? I think it was literally yesterday. No, today is Sunday. Don't listen to me, you guys. I am a lie. Ed says it's the process I like more than the result, to be honest. Just like philosophy. Indeed. It's nice sitting in armchairs and philosophizing. The Chain Nerd says, alas, I must also depart. Bed calls. See you round the Twitchosphere. Thanks, Chain Nerd. I'll give you a follow here. If I can figure out how. We're going to find out. Can I figure out how? Here we go. I can gift you a sub. That's not what I'm trying to do. Add you as a friend. Sorry, I'm bad at the Twitches. What if I just click on this? Oh, it'll take me to your channel. Cool. Voila. Oh my God, you do chainmail? Is that why you are called the Chain Nerd? Please give me your Hyrule thing immediately. Look at this. Look at this, you guys. No, not my crotch. Look at this. This. Oh God, camera. Just do your thing. As you can see, I'm a bit of a Zelda guy. Got lots of Zelda sculpties. So anyway, yes, you have to give me that now. That's the rules. I don't make the rules, I just enforce them. Huh, why is this ball joint so hard to move? Alright, well, camera's just gonna be loosey-goosey now. Anyway, yeah, I'm interested to see your work. Cool, cool. Okay, back to mixing the mix. Oh, cool! Look what my hot glue did on my water cup. Looks like a creepy spider or something. Ugh. This goes here. Start the wrap right around here. All right. Going on 6 hours here, setting a new record for myself. Okay, let's do a hair strand. Oh, my poor sad camera. I just really abused it trying to turn it around. For some reason, you know, one of these knobs is supposed to make it so that it rotates easily, and instead I just manhandled it till it capitulated to my powerful will, and now I think it It's just a sad, disempowered soul. Moral of the story is don't manhandle your cameras till their will is broken. Okay, double check this is gonna work. That side and that side. I think that can go deeper. I think this is probably the 10th time I've resculpted this hair strand. I'm going to be so happy when this thing is cast and resin and I never have to do it again. Knock on resin. Or wood. Whatever you got available. Ed says, I feel like I need to clarify what I said about freedom a little. I am Dutch and not well versed in languages, but I know there are countries where nodding means no and shaking your head means yes. Imagine I go to another country and I need to go to the bathroom. I ask a local and he points to a building. The building has 2 doors. I point to one door and he nods. I think I get what you're saying. It is easy to talk past each other when words have slightly different meanings, or opposite meanings for that matter. If I do not know what he means by the nodding, am I free to enter the door? Does ignorance change your status as free? Is that what you're getting at? I mean, because you can be free physically, you could be free emotionally, you could be free legally, you can be free morally, and a lot of people will argue for, you know, one of those categories. Say you are in one category and are not in the other category. So it's hard to know. Where's my little guy at? Well, that's not what I wanted to do. Does it liberate you from the consequences of actions? In some places, it probably depends on the severity of what you're doing. Like, there's a saying in English that ignorance is no excuse when it comes to breaking the law. Which I never thought made much sense, but whatever. But I guess the answer, does it leave you free from consequences? The answer is no. But I don't know who would think that freedom from consequences of doing anything is a necessary part of the definition of freedom. You know, I, as an adult, am free to eat nothing but donuts all day, every day. I'm not free from the consequences that will have on my health and mental state. But that doesn't diminish the fact that I am still free to do so. I feel free to enter the door. Only if I wasn't aware that nodding could mean different things in different countries. If I had, you know, if that thought entered my mind, then I would look for other forms of confirmation. But that's probably not getting at your point of the thought exercise. Does the word able not cover the meaning you just gave to the word freedom? If I am able to walk into the wrong bathroom, am I free to walk into the wrong bathroom? I think so. I think I'm probably gonna end up just having to sand this down after it sets up. For whatever reason, I'm not getting a smooth result. Camera looking at your hands seems to lag a lot more than the other one. Yeah, sometimes it does that, and I don't know why, and it's super annoying. I thought it was like if I fail to restart the computer between streams, but I definitely did that today. I don't know if it's maybe the length of time I've been streaming, maybe it's just getting tired. Yeah, I apologize for that. It seemed to go several weeks without doing it at all, until just recently. Like a jerk. A big camera jerk. Yeah, the only real thing I could do would be to restart the stream, I think. Actually, now that I say it out loud, maybe I've done a thing where I turned off the camera and turned it back on, and it was better. But there's a risk if I do that, then it won't come back at all and I'll have to restart the whole stream. Which is annoying in other ways. so close to being done, but I also feel like every time I try to get it all the way to done in one shot, I regret it, as opposed to just letting it sit and then doing another layer afterwards. But I am too tempted to get this done in one shot. So tempting. I think no matter what, I'm gonna have to do some carving down there. Okay, I'm just gonna, again, for the third time, stop working on that piece. Let's get back to this bad boy. So all the places where the root is supposed to be like breaking through or growing over the skull, when it got all smoothed together with the resin, it really kind of ruined that effect. So pretty much just gonna sculpt over all the roots. Reestablish those cool lines. Now I'm thinking I probably want a printout of the piece before I get into too much detail, like, because I'm recreating a lot of elements with the amount of clay I'm putting back over it, and I would hate to recreate it into another direction that's not as representative of the album cover. That's annoying. Ah, there it is. Hey Damon, did you beat the Super Bowl already? Or is it halftime? Super Bowls last all day, right? It's over. I've only been streaming for almost 7 hours. And you were on for a good, what, like, at least 1 or 2 of those hours. Is it possible to win the game faster if you're, like, really good? Or extra patriotic? Super Bowl is about 4 because of extended halftime shows. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I guess I've been at it for quite a while. I'm getting pretty hungry. That would explain it. Woke up, came out here, and I started streaming. Some point I should stop streaming. This is my theory. If I stop streaming, then I could go eat food. This is just a theory, alright? I'm not saying I'm actually gonna do it. It started at 5:30, it's just shy of 10 now. How is it? According to my clock, it's only 7:55, so one of us is lying, and I think we've proven who the liar is here. Oh, that's true. I could eat on stream in theory. I'll tell you, when I watch streamers who eat on stream, I am unimpressed. Like, really? There's no other time in the day you could eat besides when you're streaming? I mean, I guess there's people who stream, like, that is the feature, is them eating, but I've never actually watched one of those. That sounds harsh, hard, weird, impossible. I don't know what it sounds. It sounds like something I would not be into. For one, I hate the sound of people chewing. It's really upsetting to me. says I'll be in a layer in a few minutes when I go to bed. A layer of what? Oh, a liar? Gotcha. I know people who did 25-hour streams hoping to get more followers. I presume that you don't stream. Didn't actually watch. Yes, I've certainly never tried to watch a stream marathon, that's for sure. It went on for a couple minutes when H-Bomber guy was doing that super epic one for some charity, and he turned into a skeleton, and there was some feature where people were able to get their, I think if they pledged money, they could get anything they typed spoken out loud by the robo voice. And so it was just like anarchy of people robo voicing all sorts of ridiculous things. And I found that amusing for a good 3 or 4 minutes. Siran Ozugug subscribed. Hey, you. Thanks for the sub. Yeah, the lag on my camera is on my side, so it is bad for everyone. I apologize. If I was earlier in the stream, I would go ahead and try restarting it, but since I'm almost done with the stream anyway, I don't want to risk it just cutting out and having to restart the stream. I hate to abandon you like this. Had fun chatting, love philosophy, so thanks for that. As I said, I'm Dutch, so the distance will probably make matters worse. Yeah, sorry about that. But I hope to catch you again at another time, and we can continue discussing philosophy, and my camera won't be garbage. And that'll be great for everyone. So yeah, please come back and visit again. Really losing some of the cool intricate texture that was on here. I'm not sure how to recreate it with actual clay as opposed to virtual clay. E76 says, after 5 hours in this chair, I may have a permanent impression. I gotta go now. It's been fun. Get food, young man. I will. Just gonna finish using up this clay, and then I will be done for the day. Okay. I think 7 hours, 22 minutes, and 52 seconds is long enough, you guys. It's been long enough. Let's see, I need to make sure I clean the brushes. I've been dipping in the epoxy sculpt. Wasn't there another one? Yes. So, in case you didn't recall from the one time that I said it randomly, I've got next 2 weeks off to take care of Heather while she recovers from surgery, so I'll probably be doing a lot of art, probably a lot of streaming. I'm also prepping for the big conventions that are coming up. Yeah, follow me on Instagram, breathoflifedev.com, and I'll see you all next time. Bye.